Hello again, everyone. Michael here. Welcome back to the channel. Part 6 of our 172 Cessna simulator rebuild. At the end of part 5, we started discussing the new seats. And I had to go to the drawing board, try to figure out how I'm going to build a frame that I could attach to the new seat sliders that I purchased. I think I have it all sorted out, so I think we'll be able to actually fabricate these seat frames and sliders together, and then hopefully we'll have enough time to build the seat base as well, and that's what the seats are gonna kind of bolt down onto inside of our airframe assembly. So let me go ahead and kind of show you what we're working with and kind of what I've come up with to accomplish this. We all saw at the end of the last show, we have this metal square stuff with holes in it. Perforated steel tubing is the technical name. It's metal square stuff with holes. This is what I used to secure to the seat bottom, but I still needed to figure out a way to secure the seat bottom to the seat slides. Okay. The problem I was running into initially, here's our universal sliders assembly available from Amazon. The problem I was running into initially, and I'll try and kind of demonstrate this here. Figure this is the front of the seat bottom, so your legs, your legs are right here. Okay. And if I put this seat slider directly onto these rails, there's not any, because of the I guess lateral, because of those bars going this way, there's not any relief for the slide release bar to pivot to unlock the slides. So I needed to come up with a way to attach these sliders to this crossbar and still enable it to release and slide. More square metal stuff with holes. And I think what we're going to do is kind of do this number. We'll run these this way. And then we're going to attach our seat sliders directly to these rails. Okay? And that's going to allow that room for to be able to make our adjustments. So I think that's how we're going to do it, through the use of USB 3.0. Does look like I've got enough power to run the web camera actually at the garage. So some of our time this evening will be spent out in the shop. I went ahead and cut all of these down to size, so the only thing left to do is to just weld them up into place. I'm not gonna nut and bolt these. I'm gonna weld the longitudinal bars here, and then I'm gonna weld the seat sliders to those bars. So the only bolting that's going to be happening is the seat. Once the whole seat bracket assembly will bolt to this boat seat here. That way in the future, should have something happen to the seat, I've already got the frame made, and most of these boat seats have a universal 5x5 mounting measurement, and at that point it would just be a matter of undoing the 4 screws and changing out the seat, retaining the seat frame. So that's where I'm at. Another noteworthy fact, the door handles came in, and as I was hoping, they are in fact metal in design. So that's enabled me to actually tap the back of this. These are old school GM door handles, which actually utilized a clip right through here and clipped onto, you know, the door opener actuator on the old door panel. But the hole was just the right size for me to run a tap in to cut threads into this hole. And the reason I did that, A, is I had nothing to clip this to in my door panel. B, that's going to allow me to run a bolt through the outside of the door frame into the door handle, okay, and I will just secure this to the inside of the airplane just like that. Thread pitch I use is a standard thread pitch of 1/2 by 20. Ideally, I would use metric. I prefer metric anytime. But despite the fact that almost 100% of your automobiles nowadays are manufactured with metric hardware, finding metric hardware at your local hardware store is sometimes difficult. I do know that the standard hardware is a lot more accessible at the local hardware store, so that's the only reason I went that route. 1/2 by 20 thread pitch as opposed to 1/2 by 13 because it's a finer thread. It just allows more of a bite inside of our door handles. Those will get installed at a later point in time, but I did want to at least point out the fact that they are in fact metal, which is what I was hoping. So, all of that being said, I think we'll head out there to the shop. Let's see, how far will this microphone go? Let me just unclip this thing. I'll try and move the microphone as close as I can to the garage window. And so we'll go out there. I'm going to drag the welder out. I'm going to unbolt the crossbars from the seat frame before we do any welding, because we don't want any weld slag to burn our brand new fall leather boat seats up. So once I have the longitudinal bars kind of in position where I think they'll be alright, we'll mark it. We'll remove it from the seat, and then we'll weld everything up. We might bounce back and forth between the garage and the hangar here. So yeah, let's just go ahead and get started, not waste any time. The camera may flicker on occasion, slight power loss, but I think the picture should remain relatively steady overall. So let's head out to the shop, and please don't make fun of my messy garage out there. Okay, let's get the microphone here and try and see how far this will go. Alright. We'll set this down for now. Alright. So that's out the window. Hopefully everyone can hear me once I get out there. Alright, here we have our seat, our lateral bars. We're going to kind of, what I need to do is figure out where to mount these rails at so that this adjustment bar isn't sticking out too far in front of our seat to where our legs are going to hit it when we're sitting there. So for now, I'm just going to attach this to this slider here. And just kind of position it. I'm putting my longitudinal bar dead even with the slide. Okay, just like so. I need 3 hands. So I would say based on what I can tell, I'm going to want the front edge of this with the front of, with this first bar. I don't want to bring it forward. I want to have it right there at the end. That way when I put my slider on, the adjusting bar is not going to protrude too far forward of our seats. So, let me go ahead and pull these off of here. One. And 2. I'm going to take the hardware out so it doesn't get in my way. Okay. Just like so. And we're going to want the front of this bar even with the front of the crossbar. And what I'm going to do to help with this, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm just going to stick some screwdrivers down through all 4 holes, and it's going to kind of help hold everything together. Too big. So it's going to sort of look like that. I just want to make sure that my bolt pattern is correct. We should have a 5x5. We do. Oh, we gotta do it one more back. Five inches by 5 inches. M. Stein, welcome in, my friend. I hope you can hear me all right. USB 3.0. I could bring the camera out here, but it still is kind of flickering due to the slight lack of power. But hopefully it's better than the fisheye Nest Cam. Alright, audio's fine. Good to hear. What I'm doing is I'm just kind of eyeballing. I'm lining up the holes in this perforated tube, and I'm making them all 90 degrees. Alright. And I'm gonna tack each corner in. I'm just gonna put a tack on it. I'm gonna make sure that my frame here will still bolt to the seat, that we're still 5 on 5. As long as we're good there, I'll burn it in, then we'll mount the sliders on. So, let me go drag the welder out. Okay. I'll get that. That looks lined up. That looks lined up. I didn't like that first one. Then I'm going to do the same thing over here on the other side. That's where I'm at. That's what we got. This part here bolts to the front of the 5x5 on the seat. And just to make sure I'm crossing my T's and dotting my I's, I'm going to take this assembly and we're just going to double check. One, two, three, four. I want 4 vacant holes in between my bars. 1, 2, 3, 4. So my bar is going to cross the 5th hole. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make sure all of our holes are lined up. That's the other nice thing about this perforated tubing. These holes are all 1 inch on center. Really kind of helps with lining everything up. Ideally, I'd have some sort of dowels or something the exact same size of these holes. I do not. There is, however, enough space, enough wiggle room inside these holes to get your hardware through down into the seat. The most important thing for me is making sure that my longitudinal bars are parallel. That way there's no binding on the slide tracks. Alright, now I'm going to, again, double check, make sure that my 5x5 pattern will still fit my seat. Beautiful. Alright, let's go ahead and burn all these in the rest of the way, and then we'll attach our sliders. Oh no, is my camera dying? Hopefully it'll last. Yeah, it keeps flashing like that, and right now it's running through 20 feet of USB cable, and I think that's part of the problem. Yeah, so right now I'm running through, that camera is running through 20 feet of USB, so hopefully it does at least somewhat okay. Yeah, if I take 10 feet out, it's not going to reach where I want it to reach, unfortunately. So that's probably the flickering and everything that's going on. Alright, I'm going to give that just a minute to cool off. While that's doing that, I'll show you where I'm at with my pedestal currently. Here's my pedestal that I've got so far. It is exactly 6 inches wide. That's the width that I need it to be. It's 1/4 inch MDF, and I fastened it using that 1.5 by 1.5 stock. It's just 4 pieces thus far. I'm going to get the hardware in and then see how much room I have left for some additional support. But we'll talk more about this after we get that accomplished. So, alright, let's head back out there and ensure that I can bolt that to the seat still. If I can, then we will position our sliders and get those tacked into place. Right now, I'm just ensuring that I can get all of these screws started back in their respective holes. As long as I can do that, then I know that I have my frame square. Yep, and we're good there. So, here's our seat, what we have so far. Like so. Our sliders have a coat of paint on them, so I'm going to clean up, kind of grind some of this paint off of here so that I can get better penetration with the weld. kind of work out. So these sliders have mounting holes. Now, we're looking at a profile view. This wider part, that's the top, and then the narrower part here is the bottom. And it's got these holes in it, and what I'll do is line this first hole here up with the first hole in our square metal stuff with holes. And if I do that on both sides, due to the nature of the center uncenter design of the holes, that should keep me even left to right. You know, that way when we put our adjuster bar in there, it isn't going in there crooked or cockeyed or anything like that. And in fact, I may even try and nut and bolt these first holes in, just to kind of help keep everything lined up. And yeah, so let me go grab the hardware that came with these and see if we can even utilize any of that, and I'll be right back. It did come with 2 packages of just some, I'm just going to call it generic hardware, but hopefully we can at least utilize a nut and a bolt out of here. Heater's going right now, might be a little loud. So I can use at least one of the nuts and bolts. The problem I'm running into is trying to figure out how to hold this nut inside of this square tubing, because if I use the round end, the box end of my wrench, once I get that bolt down through, my wrench is going to be captured in there. We don't want that. So let's see. Let's try that. Let me go grab that tool. WestJet, hello my friend, hope you're doing well. What I need are some needle nose pliers. This is a lock nut, so I can't just spin it on with my fingers all the way, unfortunately. And I have to hold it. And all I'm doing is just snugging it up and using the bolt, these front bolts, essentially as a guide. Only the problem is, I put the left one on the right and the right one on the left. Jeez. Alright. Here's one. Trying to line the washer and the nut up inside of this square tubing is a bit cumbersome. It can be done. Alright, this is where we're at. I was able to get those bolts down through here, through this front hole, into the first holes here of these longitudinal bars. And then just to kind of get an idea. Yeah, so that's not going to stick out terribly far in front of the seat bottom. And that was my priority. So, best case scenario though, maybe the rear holes will line up and I can bolt them in the rear and I won't necessarily have to weld these. We can just bolt them, and then that will allow some finite adjustment. You know, if I do have something not quite centered. So, by pushing down this lever, move this forward, and lo and behold, I've got a bolt that'll line up in the rear. So if we look through here now, well, now I can use this bolt, utilize this bolt hole, and I can just bolt these on. I think I really like that idea. Let's do that. Grab this bag of hardware and head back. That bag of hardware that's on the floor now. We'll head back out to the shop and bolt these on. Alright, bolt, nut, and a washer. This hole is a bit deeper than the first hole inside of that square tubing, so it's going to be even trickier for me to try and get this washer and nut in there. But we're going to see what happens. Right now I'm just using a screwdriver and just kind of applying some downward pressure. I've kind of captured that nut in the tube. Just kind of applying some pressure to kind of help keep that nut from twisting. Might need 2 screwdrivers. And this is all because it's a locking nut. If it was a regular nut, I'd be able to just spin it on with my fingers and try and tighten it up like that. But because I'm recessed down into this tube, I'm having a bear of a time trying to hold that into place. Now, I'm half tempted to cut 1 inch off the back of this square tubing to provide me more access. Hold on, let me think about this. How can I get that nut to tighten down? I know how we're going to do it. I know how we're going to try and do it. I'm going to use this hole drill thing. Unibit, that's what it's called. And I'm going to try and open up the hole to make it easier to access the nut. See if that'll work for the other side, and if it does, I'll come back to this side and do it. All I did was open up that top hole enough to hopefully either get a socket or my pliers down in there to hold that nut. Because it comes up through here, but it has a locking nut on the inside. So if it works on this side, I'll do it on the other side. No, not quite big enough for my pliers to go in. But maybe you can get a socket down in there. A very thin wall socket. Maybe. Not quite. Guess we gotta go a little bigger with the hole. So close. This is a learning experience. Alright. Take that out. That'll get it. Alright, I think for now I'm going to unbolt this from the seat just to prevent any damage while we're drilling and whatnot. Okay. So with that hole in there, we can drop this bolt through. Hold it in place. Flip it over. Drop my washer in. Drop my nut in. Then I can use this socket through this hole that I drilled out here. And we'll tighten that down. One. Now I'm probably going to have to work twice as hard to get this first one back out so I can drill this hole. We'll see. We'll see if it comes out easily. Okay, that's undone now. Drop that out. Pull our washer out. I'm going to do the same thing on this side, and now when I know to do this, I'll know on the second one exactly what to do. We're going to open this hole up. drop our washer down in. And then we'll take our nut and put it down on there. Alright, here is the start of our seat track. Let's make sure these are even. Looks like they are. Yesterday I was talking about the reliefs I had to make because of the bolts for the seat, some of the seat bottom. These larger holes here at the end. Tabletop Android coming with a subscription 7 months in a row. Thank you so much for your continued support of the channel, my friend. Hope you are doing well and everything is well with the Pilot Club. Well, as you see, I've been grounded as of late, but we will be back up in the air shortly, hopefully. So yeah, there we have it. Let's go and bolt this whole assembly now up to our seat, and then we'll put our adjusting bar in, and we will see how it goes. Yeah, it's a 4 foot by 6 foot box. So not terribly large. Okay, so here we have our frame bolted to our seat. We should be able to take this bar and, let's see, I want it to be like that with the angle going down. We're going to bend it out just a bit, just so it provides some tension when we put it in here. I think that'll work. Yeah, I think that'll work. And the more it gets used, the more it'll break in, slide easier. But I think we have a functional base assembly, at least frame assembly. Two more things are going to happen before it gets bolted to the wooden base. I've got some 90-degree angle iron that also has holes in it, and that's going to go across here. I will probably add some additional bearing grease in these tracks, once all the work is done, just to help things slide some. It did come a bit pre-lubricated, but I am probably going to add some additional lubricant to the slides once everything is all said and done. Okay. I say we have one done. Let's go and do the other frame for the other seat. And now that I know kind of the process, the next one shouldn't be as difficult. So I'm going to sit this down here for now, grab this other seat, and I'm going to take a quick break and go use the restroom, and then come back, we'll knock this other one out. So I will be right back. Alright, we have our other seat now, so we'll go out, we'll strip these bars off of here, and we'll weld the lateral ones, we'll drill our holes, we'll mount our frame things, our sliders, and then once we get this one done, hopefully we can either start on the base or work a little bit more on the pedestal. So I will see you back out in the shop. I would like to say thanks to everyone for coming in and hanging out this evening. I hope that if it's not at least somewhat entertaining, it's at least somewhat educational. But seriously, thank you all for coming in. I greatly appreciate hanging out with all of you, whether we're flying or building or doing scenery work. They are new chairs, Mark. Very brand new chairs. These are the exact same size as the Cessna seat. Got the pair of them on Amazon. The old ones right now are in my common room. They're very comfortable chairs, actually. So they're just hanging out in the common room right now to sit upon for whatever purpose. Okay. Alright. This is our back bar. This is our front bar. Now that I got the first one dialed in, whipping up this second one should not be a problem at all. And the key again is just to make sure that you're square. And again, I'm going to tack each corner in. Going to make sure that nothing slipped and that we're still can line up with our 5x5 mounting base. As long as we're able to do that, then we'll burn it all in permanently and attach our sliders to it. And then I wanted 4 vacant holes between my front bar and my rear bar. I want my rear bar to be in the 5th hole back. Totally 78, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Pleasure to see you. Alright, here's our subframe. Let's just do a quick double check to make sure that our 5x5 mounting pattern still fits. And it does. I can see all 4 threaded holes. So everything here is square, which is good. So now we can burn this in the rest of the way. waiting on that to cool down, just gonna sit here for a minute. If you've just recently joined us, we are building the seat frame and sliders, fabricating that type of assembly together, and then hopefully we can get the seat base cut and designed too. But I need to do the seats and the brackets and everything first, because you know I want this seat cushion to be a certain height above the floor, and we need to take, you know, all of this, you know, this 1 inch here, this 1 inch, all of this has to be taken into account and subtracted from the height that we need to make for our I keep calling it a seat base, but it's essentially going to be the wooden assembly that these are going to bolt to, and then that wooden assembly gets bolted to the subfloor in our cockpit. One of the biggest issues I had in the previous iteration of the simulator is that my seats were not bolted down, and with the type of braking pressure required on my rudder pedals, the pressure was greater. I was pushing myself backward in my seat. My seat was rolling backward off the floor. So I'm going to be able to combat that now by bolting the entire assembly to the subfloor. And that's the other nice part about having this subfloor now, is that I can actually bolt that down to it. Our door handles showed up. They are steel, like I was expecting again, and I was able to tap those out to a 1.5 by 20 thread pitch, and then when the time comes, we're just going to drill a hole through the exterior door panel and bolt these handles to the inside. I did get enough washers and everything to possibly space these out. These are 2-inch bolts. Are 2¼ inch. Our door frame is 1.5 inch, but I don't think that I'm getting 3/4 inch of thread all the way into here. So I may need to use some washers on this end to ensure that these tighten up against the interior door panel when that time comes. Alright, let's go ahead and unwrap our second pair of sliders. Totally 78 did not expect welding on Twitch today. Well, I'm glad you got a bit of a treat there. And we'll be able to do the same type of deal. We'll be able to bolt these on just as well like we did the first set, which makes it kind of convenient. Not that I would have been opposed to welding it, but that just might make future service a bit more easy. I don't know. But we've got our new seat sliders here, and while I'm thinking about it, we need to go and drill out those 2 holes in the rear so that we can drop our socket down in to tighten those rear ones up. So let's go and do that, and then by that time it should be cool enough to start dropping those bolts down in and bolting that back to the seat bottom. Back to the shop we go. All right. these two back holes in order for me to get the socket down in there. And I'm actually going to do it on the floor so I don't get all that metal mess on my workbench here. Nope, not quite. Alright, there's one. I gotta change the battery in my drill. One, two. I think that'll work, by George. Okay, let's go. Got our sliders right here. That's the front. And this is the front. Right now I'm just activating the levers so I can slide the slide back so I can gain access to that first hole. And we're going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to drop the bolt down in. Nut. Bolt. Washer. Still a little bit warm, but I can work with it. Same deal. Gonna have to hold the front one with some needle nose pliers because the nut and washer are down inside of the tube here. The front one I can reach with the pliers. The back one I could not because it's a second hole in, and I couldn't get access to it, which is why we drilled those holes to drop that socket down in and tighten the rear one up. So I'm just gonna get this mostly tight so it's loose a little bit, and then we'll get the back ones in and tight, and then we'll come back through and snug up the front ones again. Then I'm going to hit the lever again and move the track forward so that I can access the rear. And again, we can bolt the rear straight through these holes here. Bolts coming up through the bottom of the track, dropping a washer down through the top. And then the nut. I'm going to tighten the back ones up completely and then move back up to the front and snug those ones up. back ones are tight. Now I'm sliding the rail back so I can regain access to the front. Okay. Then we'll snug these front ones up. Just like so. Now we can bolt this whole assembly back to our seat bottom. Make sure our tracks are even and that there's the same amount of gates exposed. That way you know your tracks are in line with each other. And then we'll take our adjuster bar, and since we're a little bit wide, we're going to bend it out so that the sides capture the bar has two holes in each side, and it captures these 4 pins here. So I've expanded it wider than my seat. That way when I put it in, it still has that pressure holding it outward. Let's start with the left. Slide it in. And then we'll bring it in. Here we have our other seat, which didn't take us nearly as long to build as our first one because we figured everything out on the first one. So, I think this will work out great. Our slider adjuster isn't protruding too far forward from our seat. So that's one of the things I needed to make sure of. 2 seats done. Let me take a look at some specs now. And I know that the seat cushion, the part that your butt sits on, the top of the seat cushion, is anywhere from 15 inches at the lowest point, and you crank her up to 17 inches high or above the floor at the highest point in that 172. Now, so we're not going to have height adjustment in here, and considering that my panel is actually 2 inches taller above the glare shield than the 172, I think that I want to go with that 17-inch height. So, that being said, let me find my tape measure, whatever I might have did with that. It's right out here. For now, I'm just going to sit this on the floor, hold it up. I have a stacked height of 7 inches. So whatever sort of assembly I build to sit these on should probably not be any more than 10 inches tall. Because remember, I want a 17-inch total height. For now, I just need to figure out what type of... I'm thinking of at least... Yeah. I know I'm going to need at least a square, a rectangle, just for the top part of the seat base. Let's see. In fact, let me just do this. Since I got them both here. Okay. I know that I want... What did I measure that at? Let me double check. Three inches between each seat. I want 3 inches of gap between the seats. Yeah. For my purposes, I'm gonna, well, yeah. We want to get technical. We got 18.5 inches between our yokes here. So I mean, I suppose I could go 18.5 center to center of the seats, and let's see where that puts our width. 3 inches. Exactly what I measured it at. Okay. So that being said, I want to get a total width from the right slide rail of the right seat and the left slide rail of the left seat. What that's going to do is give me an idea as to how wide of a cross beam I'm going to need to build for these seat assemblies. Let me measure the back just because it's easier to see. It's about 35 1/4, so I'm just going to say 36 inches. That sounds good to me. So right now, I know that I'm going to need at least 2 pieces of 2x4 that are 3 feet long. And I'm going to put this in a notepad here as we're kind of talking it out. So we need 3 feet of 2x4, the quantity of 2. Okay. And then for our depth, for our depth, we're going to want, the sliders are 13 inches long. I'm really not going to be able to calculate the depth until we get our angle iron on and bolted. So maybe we should go and do that. I picked up a 6-foot piece of angle iron, perforated angle iron that has holes in it. So let's go and cut that in half. And I'm going to bring it in. And we're going to see if we can't bolt this to the angle iron, and then picture once our angle iron is installed, then I'll be able to measure in between to know the how long we need to cut our front and ladder, the side boards, the other part of the square, the rectangle thing. Okay. So let's head back out to the shop and lob in half this piece of angle iron. I'm going to go grab another beverage. And then we'll go out to the shop. Alright, get that, and let's head out there. Come on. I'm just going to confirm this is in fact 6 feet long and that they didn't lie to me at the store. It is in fact 6 feet long. going to go ahead and mark off 3 feet, which is halfway. For this light of a job, I'm just going to use my cutoff wheel. I'm not going to fire up the plasma cutter or anything. This looks like it's just 18 gauge. So the cutoff wheel should make relatively short work of it. Might get loud. online. He doesn't really have a storefront per se, but he's in several of the flight simulator cockpit groups on Facebook. Whereas before, where I had it cut out and slid into a square hole this size, I think for this version, I'm at least going to attempt to make this pattern, okay? Unscrew the faceplate, cut the pattern out of the pedestal, following me, and then hopefully be able to mount it through from behind so that we're only seeing the trim wheel and indicator assembly, not so much the entire assembly. And of course we'll see those 6 screws that hold it all together. I don't know if that's going to work. I haven't actually inspected the inside of this yet. You know, if the screws are too short, it's not going to work for us. You know, we'll go through the front, whatever the case may be. But it does sound quiet out there now, so I'm going to go out, clean that bench off, and come back in, grab these seats in that metal, and we'll see if we can't get these brackets on here. I do believe we're done. I'm fairly sure we're done welding. So at least for now, I'm going to turn the gas off. And don't need any of this stuff. Go in the trash. This can go away, this can go away. Keep this out for the hardware, this, put this stuff up. Alright, let me go grab my tape measure again. We're going to go 18 and a half on center. So if I do the first hole, the first available hole in my angle here, gonna put me a bit too wide. So I'm gonna go the second hole in on each end. Okay, that's where I'm gonna start and see how it goes. Second hole. Second hole. Guess I am kind of glad they supplied me with this hardware bag. Okay, we'll see how this works. I'm gonna come up through here, drop that down on there. Okay, and we'll go to the other side, just get it started. Second hole in. Okay, and then we'll see if we can't get these yeah, man. I'm glad I bought the holy metal. Because that really does make doing this a lot easier. And it helps keep everything square and true. Okay. Alright, I've got 4 in. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm going to pull them apart as far as I can. And also I'm going to slide these tracks, or this seat, so that it's even with this other seat here. I'm going to start with the inside one, tighten them down. Well, I'm going to have to slide it forward to get access to those bolts. I'm going to tighten the inside ones first, and then I'm going to move to the outside ones. I think I'm gonna have to plug my heater back in a minute. It's starting to get cold out here already. like I'm going to use a wrench on that one. That bolt's a little longer. And I'm bottoming out in my socket there. Let me see if I can grab a third. There we go. Okay. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way across, all the way tight. Now I'll slide the rails back. Well, I'll slide the seats forward so we can access the holes in the back rails there. Okay. And this is going to essentially be the same concept on this back side. And we need to ensure that we're using the same holes on the back one as we did the front one. That way everything's square and true. deal. I'm going to tighten the insides and then tighten the outsides. Here is our seat assembly. So, what's going to happen now, I'm going to grab my tape measure. Couldn't determine the distance, the depth of our seat mount that we need until we got our angle iron on there. And we have 14 and 8. We can just call it 14. So what's going to have to happen now that I'm looking at this, because these bolts are going down through here, protruding, once I build that initial top frame of wood, I'm going to have to drill some relief holes in the wood so that the nut and the protruding bolt will sit. It'll drop down in there so that it will sit flush on our actual frame. Makes sense? If not, we're essentially just sitting on all of these bolt heads. So the way I'll do that is essentially I'm going to build a rectangle and I'm going to sit this down on top. Sit my butt in the left seat, I'm going to sit my butt in the right seat, and hopefully that will provide enough indentations from these bolt heads so it kind of tell me where I need to drill my relief bolts at. 14 inches between here. And I know that I'm going to need to drill some relief holes relatively close to the edge. So I think I want to span my cross boards the entire 3 feet and put my boards this way in between. So if we figure if we had 14 inches, and if we take 1.5 inches for this 2x4 and 1.5 inches for this 2x4, we're going to need an 11-inch piece to go here to give us a combined total of 14 inches. So let's try and get that part done. So back out to the shop we go. I'll try and position the camera more towards the saw area, but I got a couple of 2x4s. I'm gonna go and cut. Might have some shorter ones already cut, but I'm gonna go and cut 2 3-foot lengths, and then I'm gonna want to cut, if I don't already have them, 2 11-inch lengths of 2x4. So let's go and do that real quick. Like I said, my goal tonight is to hopefully at least have something to sit on. It may not be bolted to the sub floor, but it'll at least be something to sit on. And give me an idea as to how everything's going to come together. WestJet, welcome back. No worries about having to leave. Never have to apologize for that. Got about 3 inches in between the seat cushions, so that's good there. Okay, let's head to the shop. No, I'll just try it a different way. I think we're done welding for now. So I'm going to just go ahead and put the welder away. Alright, I'm going to do the 11-inch boards first, then we'll cut the 2 3-foot boards. Alright, and again I do have to apologize about our camera flickering out there. You said going through that length of a USB run, if I had a bit of a power booster in there somewhere, it might not be so bad. Okay, so we've got 2 3-foot boards. Let's just confirm that this is the same width as it is. And I know that I want to make a rectangle. So let's grab our trusty impact driver. Put a battery in it. Grab the appropriate T20 bit. And the appropriate 3-inch screws. And using 2 screws per board, we'll go ahead and make a frame. And remember, our 11-inch boards they were being sandwiched between our 3-foots. And I'm going to go and grab a clamp to make life easier. Okay, that looks square. That looks square. Alright, let's run 2 screws into that. Okay, and do the same for the other side. Let's take our clamp off. What time is it? 10 o'clock? We can go for a bit longer. So I at least want to get this seat frame done. I try to set myself goals for this project because I do have a deadline, a very important deadline. March 3rd. It's a very important deadline. This thing needs to be going. WestJet, I do want to thank you for expressing your interest in that plan that I have for March 3rd, that Sunday, so I hope to see you there. Details are in my Discord. I'm going to not go into the details currently, but details are in my Discord. Okay, there's one side done. Again, we're going to clamp it. Just to kind of help hold everything square and true. what our seat assembly is going to sit on. And the camera seems to be having a bit of difficulty auto-focusing. Bear with me. There it is. Okay. Got that, got that, got that. Let's see if this fits on here, shall we? It does. Fits in there nice. But remember, we're going to have to drill some reliefs out. In fact, let's see. I think I'm just going to go, let's see. I'm going to go grab a hammer, and then I'm just going to hit each one of these. Well, first let me just see if that left up some indentations. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Yeah, I think that'll be alright. Let's kind of get an idea so that we know that's at least 13 millimeters. So probably a 9/16 drill bit. And what I'm going to do is take that 9/16 drill bit. We got our indentations here. I'm going to create a relief to allow those nuts and bolt heads to drop down in. So back out to the shop we go. What I'm going to do is drill a small pilot hole first. And then we'll drill the 9/16 holes. There were 2 bolts that were a little bit shorter, so they didn't leave an indentation. I just measured about 3 inches. So that's what we're going to go with. And the goal here is to just give it a relief for those bolts to go down in. I'm only using the 9/16 initially because it's going to capture the nuts, and then I'll use a smaller drill bit further down for the bolts themselves. So each of these, the nuts are going to sit down in here. I'm going to take a smaller bit just to, keep integrity of the wood and go down a bit further because that only has to receive the bolt, not the nut. Alright, so now we have something that looks like this. See where I'm going with this? The smaller holes will receive the bolt, and the larger holes will receive the nut. So that in theory, once I place this back down on here, the top part will be flush with the wood. Although, probably had it the wrong way. Yeah. mark this as forward. Okay. Forward. So theoretically, yep. And then so now we'll be able to utilize this angle iron and bolt it to our frame. That's the theory. Let me go grab the tape measure and see what our height is now that we're sitting on this initial square. Well, what did I have? 7 inches before, we got 3.5 now. So that's probably 10.5 inches total. And I want to go to the seat cushions. Run that all the way down, right about 10.5 is what it looks like to me. So, I want to be 17 inches. So however I raise this, what did I have, 10.5? I need to raise it by about 7 inches. Which would put us right about the height we need, I think. Let's see. 3.5. Well, hold on. Something else I need to account for. These are vibration dampeners. They go in between my seat assembly and the cockpit. The butt kickers, they really can vibrate some stuff. I was asked the other day, if I use force feedback yokes. I do not. I use force feedback seats, essentially, because I do feel everything in the flight. Stalls, buffeting, if I'm even just the vibration from the prop spinning there on the ramp at idle. I feel all of that in the aircraft. Combined with, the increased resistance of the virtual fly yokes, really does kind of create a very immersive, flying experience. So, these anti-vibration pads are let's just say 3/4. So I need to raise that maybe 6.25 inches. Okay. 1, 2. So if I need to raise it 6.25 inches, but I want to bolt it to the subfloor, so I need more than just vertical legs. I need vertical legs and then another crossbeam that's going to run underneath. So there's 1.5 inches. Okay. Alright, I need to write this down. Okay. We have 10.5 inches on the assembly currently. I want 17. Let's say 17.5. Okay. That leaves me a difference of 7 inches. Right? To raise it. Minus our... by the time that, let's just call half-inch vibration dampers. Minus 0.5 for the dampers. Leaves me a difference of 6.5 inches that I need to raise it. Or that I would need for, to make that difference. But running a board this way so that we can bolt it to the floor is going to take another 1.5 inches. So it gives us a difference of 5 inches. So each leg would need to be 5 inches plus an extra 3.5 inches to bolt to the existing 2x4 frame that we have now, because it's going to go up into there and bolt into there. So 1, 2, 3, 5. Probably at least 4 boards that are 8.5 inches long. Yeah, 4 boards that are 8.5 inches long. I think that'll get it done. I might do 6 to bring 2 in the middle as well. No, I didn't need 6 before. And those were even bigger, heavier seats. So 8.5 inches. Let's go rip some boards that are... I'm going to go rip 4 boards that are 8.5 inches. And yeah, I'm going to go do that real quick and see how it goes. First, I just want to make sure that my seats will actually slide on this thing. So why am I not sliding here? What am I doing wrong? Okay. That one's sliding. That one looks like it's cockeyed a little. So I might have to do a little bit of an adjustment on this one. In fact, let me just do that now. Looks like I just need to tweak it just a little bit. So let me go grab the ratchet real quick and that thing. I will adjust this real quick. I'm just going to loosen this up just a little bit. Alright, 4 boards, 8.5 inches. See if I can get the camera back out there somewhat. Alright, hang tight for just a minute. Oops, I didn't mean to drop you. Lovely. said I was sorry for dropping you. Welcome in, Glitter Girl Rev. Hope you've had a good start to your week. Alright, 8.5. When we put it up here in our seat frame, that should give us 5 inches. Yes, yes, yes. Great. On the downhill of 40 and 4. 410s, I'm assuming. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think I want to do it like that. Okay. So, for integrity, in my mind, take it for what it is or not, I feel like, you know, okay, this is forward, okay, so our seats are facing here, and I feel like if I put my board this way, that doesn't provide as much lateral strength. I'm more concerned about pushing back on the brakes than I am about left to right. So I think I'm going to put the board this way in each corner. And I think that will provide more structural integrity overall. Well, I suppose I could even... Actually, I'm going to do these front ones I'm going to do this way, and the back ones, then I'll do those the other way. And that'll kind of give us both, you know, both avenues there. Let's go ahead and clamp this in. Let's confirm we have 5-inch balance here, and we do. Alright, let's go ahead and run some screws into here. I'm going to run 2 in this way and then 2 in that way. Okay, there's one. Take the clamp off. We'll put this one in the other side. Run 2 in this way. I think we'll get this base built, and I'm going to have to call it a night. It's probably going to be about all the time I'll have. Now, since these are 3-inch screws and my tact tolerance of the both boards is 3 inches, I'm going to use 2-inch screws to run from the inside to those bolts. And I'm just going to put one in each side. I think that's going to be plenty. No, we're doing 2 in each side. Just cause. Alright. And we're mocking this up because it is going to get painted, this frame. It will be painted by the time it's all said and done. Okay, so now that I've got two this way, the other two are going to run this way. Okay, here's what we have. Okay, forward legs, back legs, and again another board is going to go here probably a 2x6, and that's going to be how I'm going to bolt it to the subfloor. But yeah, I ended up buying a new piece of carpet, so we're not going to actually mount the seats anytime, today or tomorrow, because, this is a 5-foot carpet and my frame is now 6 feet. So I bought a new piece of carpet. We'll have to change it out next day or so. So yeah. But this will at least give me an idea as to if I'm gonna need to raise it or lower it or anything like that. Alright, let's set this back down on the ground. Let's put our seat assembly on it. Let's see what our total stack height is. Alright, there's the front. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. That. How tall are we sitting? Remember, I went 17.5 from floor to top of the cushion. Why 17.5? Because that's what I measured it at. $17.5. There's 15. So if we put 1.5 inches, well, let me just go cut them. We'll sit them under there anyway. I'm just going to go cut these real quick out of the 2x6. Let me get a good measurement. So the distance from the back leg to the front leg is 11 inches. But I want more forward support protruding past that front leg. So we're going to do two boards, or 2 pieces of 2x6, and we're going to make those 16 inches long. That's going to give me about 4 inches of forward overhang here to get me a toggle bolt down there too. 16 inches. Let's go cut those out of the 2x6. for sticking around for that. Let's go ahead and I'm just gonna set these under here for now. I just want to get a height. Okay. Total height now, floor to chair. Right around 17 inches. Then once we put our vibration dampeners under here, but when it's all said and done, that'll get us right around our 17 1/4. I mean, we're this far. Let's just go ahead and bolt these 2x6s on right now. Let's just do it. Yeah, something like that'll work. Yeah, I think that'll work out. Alright, let me go grab a square somewhere. What did I do with that thing? Couldn't find a square right away. Just going to use this piece of metal stock. And I'm just squaring it up with the board. Yeah. Then I'll run some 3-inch screws, 2 3-inch screws up into each of these legs through the 2x6s. Make sure we're square in the front. Square enough. We're going to eyeball it and hope that we can get hopefully we can make our target there. Let me just measure, okay. So we're at 5 1/8 inches deep, 1.5 inches over. Okay, so 5 1/8 is going to be the front of it. Okay, so 1.5 inches, And halfway is that 2 1/4. Okay. That'll work. Alright, there's one. Same deal, let's make sure it's square enough. Square it up in the front, square enough, and we'll run another screw down in. Shiny. Okay, and then we were 5 1/8 in. Would be the start of our front 2x4. And we know that it's 1.5 inches in to the edge of that 2x4. So halfway of that 2x4 would be 2 1/4. So there's our screw line. Let's just put 2 of them in there. Okay, this is essentially our seat base. Let me go grab my 4 anti-vibration pads. We'll stick it under there. Alright, we'll stick our seat assembly on. Just like so. Something like that. Alright, how tall are we? Total height. We're good. just fine. All right. I think there we have it. You know what? I think I want to put it in there and just kind of see where we're at in the whole scheme of things. Okay. Okay. When the time comes to bolt this down, it's going to be measured and bolted down right in the exact center. But for now, I really just want to see how it's going to work out. Okay. I can't even begin to describe how natural this feels, or how how familiar just this overall, just the overallness of it all. I mean, it feels like the real fucking plane. Forgive my language. Can people do that on Twitch? I haven't found that setting yet. That thing, you know, whatever. Yeah. Gosh, that feels great. Okay. Now this will be the real trial. Absolutely. All right. Couple things before we sign off. I want to go over. In order for me to kind of explain, I'm going to pull this whole simulator out away from the wall just a bit. Yeah, it's probably a lot of perspective from the camera. What I can guarantee you is that the distance from the floor to the bottom, or, to the base of the seat cushion is 17 inches. Which is the high point of the elevated seat in the 172, and that's where I fly. What I can guarantee you is that my throttle is in the exact spot, along with our carb heat, our flaps, and our magneto switch, and our primer. What I can't guarantee is that our mixture is in the right spot because we have an adjustable prop in our TPM unit. What I can guarantee you is that the distance between the bottom of the panel here and the floor is exactly what it needs to be. What I can also tell you is that my panel itself is 2 inches taller above the panel, just to accommodate our gauge monitor. In the actual plane, this whole thing would be down about 2 inches. I've got 19.5 inches of total panel height. My plane has got a 17.5 inch panel. So I have this 2 inches to combat. It's not going to make or break anything. Oh, the new circuit breakers showed up as well. I'll show you those. Those white push buttons. Okay. I decided that I didn't like that initial TV stand that I built in part 1. Not that I didn't like it. It's a nice stand. It's a nice cart, has wheels, goes up and down, and pivots the display. What I didn't like about it was the fact that essentially the fact that it was too far from my cabin. So I'll show you what I did. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna lose you for a minute as I unwind you here. Sorry about that. Hope I didn't make you too seasick there. the TV is now part of the whole platform. Go switch this camera real quick. Oh. What did we do? That's not right. I built a stand on top of the other stand. So what I did is I used these 2x6s. Oh, I think my camera keeps messing up here. Alright, now it seems to be working. I built a substand on top of the primary panel stand. Man, I don't know what's up with this camera. Keeps cutting in and out. Hold on, let me try a different cable. Okay, now hopefully this stays good. With some 2x6s, okay, here's my panel support. I attached a 2x6 on each side. And then along the back, in the middle there, and I ran another shelf. That's what I did. And I got a low profile pair of legs for the display. And then I secured it to the shelf. So now the display, it's attached to the box. So it now moves with the simulator. In doing so, now when I move the thing out to access my attic, I only have to move the one item. And it also creates a smaller footprint because that TV stand is no longer in front of the box. So I can now slide the thing further towards that wall, provide me a little bit more walking room. So it is 11. I'm sorry, 11. 12 after 11. I think I got a lot accomplished today. And the goal was to get that seat base built. I did. We did. So I think we might have to call it. Let me check something real quick. Bear with me just a second. I'm gonna look something up. Totally 78. I do appreciate it. To manage your head to dashboard on the left-hand sidebar, click Viewer Rewards and then Emotes. Okay. Dashboard. Create a dashboard. Left hand side, viewer rewards, emotes. There it is. I know Twitch recently changed something to where, let's see, animated emotes. Okay. Follower emotes. That's what I wanted to do. Okay. What? No square animated ones, huh? Alright, that's fine. Let's see. Let's put... Okay. Enter emote name. I don't want to upload more. I just want to, let's see, tier 1, tier 2, subscriber. Alright, let me see here. Upload. Let's try this. Alright, well there's at least one emote for followers. I'll have to work on some more. Okay, looks good there, looks good there. Let's make sure that took. Did not. I guess I needed to save it. When we're done here, we're gonna go and raid if he's online. Auto resize, enter emote code. Upload. Okay. A buddy of mine is just started streaming. He's the son of a buddy of mine. Very, very brand new to Twitch. And when I checked his channel earlier, he didn't have any content. And I think he said he was going to try something tonight. So if he is online, we're probably going to go and raid him. However, right now, totally 78. You got it. Hey, that works. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Good deal. Alright, sweet. So, took care of that. Good deal. Let's see. Okay. Alright, he is online. He is, and it's not, right now, it's not aviation themed, so I'm not going to ask, I'm not going to, you guys do what you want. I'm not going to ask you to follow anybody, unless I feel like they provide decent content. He's playing Call of Duty. He's a brand new father, so I told him I would try to help him get started in the whole Twitch thing. So right now he is streaming. He's got 1 viewer. So if you have the ability to use my raid emotes, please do so. If not, please use the new 33 Fox emote when we go there. His channel name is Milky Man Gaming. I have no idea how he came up with that. Let me just check this. Okay. Alright. So, yeah, he's playing Call of Duty. let's go and say hi to him.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and until tomorrow, I do want to thank you all for coming in and hanging out. Resolated, thank you so much for those 10 bits. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Greatly, greatly appreciated. And be paying with the channel subscription. Thank you so, so much. So subscribers do get the raid emotes. Followers, please use the other one. And let's go and raid my friend Matt, Milky Man Gaming, who is playing Call of Duty right now. So you all take care, stay safe, take care of each other. It's been my pleasure. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone.